Welcome, traveler. I'm thankful you've arrived tonight. This is your moment, a pause from the noise beyond. Let the day fall away, as softly as sand through open hands. Find stillness in your body, ease in your breath, quiet in your mind. Know that this story is here only for you, to guide you into calm wonder. And if you choose to subscribe, it helps me bring more of these journeys to your nights. A new world unfolding for you each week. Now, rest easy and step with me into the beginning. The streets you wander seem strangely absent of sound, yet the stones beneath your feet remember every traveler who has passed. Soon you will find a hidden chamber where maps are not written but grown, each one alive, waiting for the right footsteps to shape them. There an old cartographer bends over glowing glass, his eyes reflecting lines that do not yet exist. He has been waiting for you, for the map cannot finish without your journey. Each door you cross, each step you take will become ink upon his final work, and so the path opens quietly before you. You begin in silence, though not the silence of emptiness. This silence hums, alive with faint scratches and whispers, like quills moving without hands. Around you stretches a chamber layered in glass panels, suspended at odd angles in the air. Each sheet holds fragments of maps, rivers that stop mid-flow, stairways that vanish into blank space, symbols with no key to unlock them. Light seems to bend strangely here, reflecting off the panels in soft patterns that shift when you move. You notice that the air carries a subtle vibration, a quiet thrumming that resonates beneath your skin. At the center of the chamber sits an old man at a low round desk. The desk is carved from dark wood that gleams as if freshly polished, though it seems centuries old. He bends over a translucent tablet, his thin fingers tracing lines of light across its surface. When he exhales, dust does not rise. Instead, faint sparks drift upward and vanish in the stillness. Without raising his head, he says, "The maps breathe, but only for those who will walk them." His voice is steady, the kind of voice that feels older than the man himself. You step closer, your reflection bending across dozens of glass sheets around you. Paths flicker faintly in those reflections, but none are complete. The old cartographer finally lifts his eyes. They shine with a pale glow, not from age, but from the weight of many unfinished journeys. Traveler, you are not here to read my maps. You are here to become them. He gestures to a nearby pane of glass floating in the air, its surface blank, cold, waiting. The first path cannot be drawn by my hand. It must be shaped by yours, your choices, your steps. You feel the chamber tilt softly, as if urging you close. The empty glass seems to breathe with quiet light, pulsing faintly in rhythm with your own heartbeat. The old man leans back, watching you, patient but certain. The beginning of the map belongs to you, and it waits, fading into quiet light. Curiosity stirs within you, a gentle pull that reaches toward the floating glass. You raise your hand just above its surface, and the light shifts beneath your fingers. Lines trace themselves slowly, glowing faintly, as though sensing your intention. A river emerges, a path of silver threads over dark emptiness. You see a bridge forming in the reflection, delicate and fragile. It hums softly, vibrating with a rhythm that matches the pulse of the chamber. The old man nods slightly, his hands folded in quiet satisfaction. Every path begins with a single step. Do not fear its fragility. It is not yours to break, only to follow. You realize that the moment to step is more than literal. It is a permission to trust the unseen. The glass panel shiz lightly, the river you drew flickering like a living thread. Taking a steady breath, You place your foot forward onto a small platform that rises from the floor like a shard of stone floating in air. It hums beneath your weight, resonating in soft tones that echo through the chamber. With each careful step, the path grows under your feet, a luminous line stretching ahead. The cartographer watches silently, the corners of his mouth hinting at a smile. He does not intervene. He lets the map unfold with the rhythm of your movement. Time bends here differently. Moments stretch and fold, and yet the chamber remains calm. The floating glass panels tilt and shift as if breathing, adjusting themselves to the pattern of your steps. A staircase appears in the distance, made entirely of shimmering light. It leads nowhere yet everywhere at once. You feel the gentle thrill of discovery, the first pulse of adventure, and as you walk, the chamber hums softly, waiting without hurry. The old man's words echo faintly in your mind. The maps do not only follow your feet, they follow your thought, your intent, the quiet weight of your wonder. You sense that each choice will stretch the map further, each hesitation leaving faint cracks in its surface. Yet the path before you holds no danger, only the invitation to explore and to shape. The first step becomes second, then third, and the glow of the river you traced continues to shimmer beneath the surface. The chamber around you seems endless, yet contained. Each glass panel offers a hint of what might come next. A corridor here, a floating staircase there. The cartographer watches patient, knowing that this first journey is both simple and infinite. Your pulse aligns with the hum of the maps, and the adventure begins. Your foot hovers above the next glowing panel, suspended in a shimmer of faint silver light. With careful motion, you step forward, and the platform beneath hums softly, rising just enough to carry you across the empty space. Around you, the suspended glass panels tilt, reflecting fragments of paths that could be, or might have been. A corridor of glowing lines spirals outward from the river you drew, twisting like a ribbon caught in slow motion. Ahead, a series of floating shapes emerge, cubes of light that shift and hover, each one humming a different tone. They pulse as if alive, responding to your presence. You step closer to one, and it expands slightly, revealing a tiny doorway along its edge. The doorway glows faintly, inviting yet uncertain, as if it is waiting for permission to exist fully. The cartographer's voice echoes faintly from behind you, though his lips do not move. Every choice bends the map. Every step brings something into being. Do not fear the unknown. Only follow what calls to you. You reach for the doorway, your hand brushing the surface of light. It feels solid yet soft, like warm glass, humming faintly against your fingertips. You step through, and the world shifts instantly. You find yourself in a chamber made entirely of translucent spheres, suspended in mid-air. Some spheres contain faint glimmers of landscapes, rivers flowing upside down, forests bending in impossible angles. Others hold nothing but quiet light, humming in tones you can almost feel in your chest. Stepping carefully between them, each sphere reacts, vibrating softly under your touch. Paths begin to appear as threads of light connecting one sphere to the next, guiding your steps without words. A sound rises from one of the spheres, a faint whisper of movement, like a small creature walking in a distant corridor. Curiosity pulls you forward, your feet following the luminous thread. As you approach, the sphere tilts, and inside a tiny figure appears. Miniature traveler, moving along an unseen bridge. You realize it mirrors your own motion, as if the sphere is a reflection of your choices in miniature. A pulse of understanding washes over you. The map does not only record where you go, it responds to your thought, your intention, your gentle awareness of the space around you. Each step becomes a delicate negotiation, coaxing the paths to appear, to connect, to exist. You pause on a floating platform, watching the miniature traveler complete its own circuit. A corridor of spheres begins to pulse, brighter and warmer. It seems to invite you forward, towards something yet unseen. The map stretches further ahead, threads of light spiraling into distant glow. The old man's voice drifts faintly again. The task is not only to move, it is to see, to notice, to allow the path to grow in response to your presence. You take a slow, steady breath and step forward, the platform humming under your weight. Each step forward is soft, deliberate, shaping the river of your map. The spheres tilt and rotate, reflecting possibilities you cannot yet name. The path ahead pulses with quiet invitation, waiting without hurry, and somewhere deep within the chamber, faint glow grows, like the heartbeat of a map coming fully alive. Your journey has only begun, and yet already the chamber seems to lean gently toward you. You step carefully from the last glowing platform, the air vibrating faintly beneath your feet. The spheres around you ripple like water disturbed by a gentle stone. Paths of silver light arc ahead, twisting and splitting like streams in an unseen landscape. One thread hums louder than the others, beckoning you forward with a subtle warmth. As you follow it, the chamber shifts again, expanding wider than your eyes can take in. Floating panels now appear, not just above or beside you, but below, forming translucent bridges across empty space. The light from the threads glows brighter beneath your steps, as if recording your presence. Ahead a figure stands, small, yet unmistakable, hunched slightly under a cloak that shimmers like woven mist. You do not hear footsteps, yet you know the figure is there, waiting. As you draw near, the figure lifts its head, a face lined with age and faint glimmers of light in the eyes. It smiles without words, a knowing, quiet invitation. "Traveler," the figure says at last, voice soft but resonant. "The paths you shape are alive, yet every map demands a measure of patience." It extends a hand toward a floating sphere nearby. Inside, a shifting landscape of impossible colors twists slowly in silence. To continue, you must first understand how your presence bends the world around you. You reach toward the sphere, and as your fingers brush its surface, the colors swirl faster, forming patterns that resemble steps, stairways made of light and shadow. Each step hums with its own tone, a melody of the space itself. You lift your foot, and it feels as though the sphere itself adjusts beneath your weight, supporting you, guiding you. The figure watches quietly, arms full, cloak drifting lightly, as though stirred by an unseen wind. You notice small sigils etched into the air around the sphere, faint glowing symbols that seem to respond when you glance at them. Each symbol pulses softly, echoing in rhythm with your heartbeat. Taking a breath, you place your foot upon the first step of light. It hums a low note, vibrating through your body like a gentle tide. The next step appears only as your weight shifts forward. You realize the path is not pre-made. It grows with you, bending, curving, responding. The figure nods faintly. You are learning to move not only through space, but through intention. The map is a reflection of every choice made without hurry. This by step, the path extends ahead, floating stairways of silver and violet light, weaving into intricate patterns. Above you, spheres spin slowly, each one holding a tiny fragment of worlds you cannot yet name. Some flicker with shadow, others shimmer with light, all waiting for your movement to unlock them. A faint ripple passes through the chamber, and you realize the threads of light you leave behind are joining the old cartographer's unfinished map. Each motion becomes a line, each glance a curve. The melody of the spheres follows your rhythm, gentle, soft, inviting contemplation. The figure steps aside, cloak drifting like mist. Continue, it says simply, voice fading like a bell through distance, and each careful step shaping the path, your mind attuned to the quiet music of the map. The theorem stretches forward endlessly. It holds you gently, waiting without hurry. And somewhere, deep in the unseen corners of the suspended sphere, you sense a first lesson settling into place. The map begins to recognize you. Your journey grows, fading into quiet light. The path beneath your feet hums softly, threads of light spiraling with every careful step. Ahead, the floating spheres begin to cluster, forming a dense lattice of soft colors and shifting shadows. The air vibrates faintly with expectation, a quiet tension that stirs curiosity rather than fear. One sphere drifts closer, hovering at your eye level. Inside it, a tiny corridor appears, twisting in impossible angles, its walls lined with glowing sigils that pulse when you glance at them. You reach out and the sphere shivers, ripples moving like water, responding to your attention. A voice echoes, soft as wind over glass. Traveler, every choice you make changes the pattern, but some paths are hidden until you look in the right way. The words seem to come from the sphere itself, vibrating through your fingertips. You step closer and notice a tiny door at the end of the corridor, shimmering faintly, inviting exploration. Stepping through, the world shifts again. You find yourself in a room where the floor and ceiling are made of light, and the walls ripple with translucent panels of shifting color. Floating above the ground are cubes of soft luminescence, each one holding a fragment of the map you were shaping. You notice one cube pulses more brightly, as if calling you closer. Inside the cube, a small landscape unfolds. Bridges of light span empty space. Rivers of silver thread twist beneath them. You realize the bridges are incomplete. The river stops midstream. The cube tilts toward you slightly, inviting your hand to touch it. As your fingers brush the surface, the bridges extend. The rivers flow, the patterns shifting to respond to your touch. The cube hums softly, a melody that resonates deep within your chest. Step by step, you guide the tiny traveler across the bridge, and the cube glows brighter. A whisper drifts through the chamber. The map watches, it waits, it learns. You glance around and see dozens of other cubes, each one containing potential paths, shimmering faintly. You realize the map is not static, it moves with you, each decision shaping what comes next. You step back onto the light floor, and the lattice of spheres shifts to accommodate you. Paths you had not seen before now appear, ribbons of silver thread curling through space. You sense the first lesson settling. Patience, observation, gentle attentiveness. Each choice matters, yet none rush you. The map grows with your curiosity. From the corner of your eye, the old cartographer appears briefly, standing beyond the lattice. His eyes glimmer faintly, watching your movements, silent approval in the tilt of his head. He does not speak, yet you feel his presence like a soft guide. You take a deep breath, steadying your steps, and move forward toward a cluster of spheres glowing faintly in hues you cannot name. Every step hums with life. Every glance leaves traces of light that ripple across the chamber. The map responds to your intention, bending and growing, and as you follow the path, a gentle awareness rises within you that every step is both discovery and creation. The spheres shift and shimmer around you, waiting without hurry, and somewhere in the shifting lattice, a new corridor begins to glow faintly. The next choice waits ahead. Silently, patiently, you step carefully along the glowing threads of light, each movement gentle and deliberate. The lattice of spheres stretches farther than your eyes can follow, some drifting just out of reach. You notice that the threads themselves now twist and overlap, forming patterns like a living tapestry. A subtle hum vibrates through the air, rising and falling with the rhythm of your footsteps. Ahead, a sphere tilts closer, and inside it, a miniature garden unfolds. Strange plants grow here, their stems twisting in impossible loops. Petals of light fluttering like wings. A soft breeze drifts from the sphere, carrying a faint metallic scent. You notice a tiny figure walking carefully among the luminous plants, mirroring your own steps. A whisper echoes from the sphere, soft and resonant. To move forward, you must first learn to listen to the patterns beneath your feet and the echoes around you. You bend closer, studying the miniature figure, and realize its path is not fixed. It responds to the sway of the plants, to the rhythm of your movement. You lift your hand, and the air ripples gently. The figure pauses, then continues. The threads of light beneath you begin to pulse, brighter, warmer. You take a deep breath and step onto a new platform that rises from the air itself. The platform hums beneath your weight, shifting slightly to accommodate your balance. Floating panels of translucent glass rotate slowly around you, reflecting fragments of the miniature garden. Every movement you make seems to alter the garden inside the sphere. Bridges extend, petals unfurl, paths connect. A sudden shimmer catches your eye, a narrow path of silver threads, curling upward like a spiral staircase of light. It seems fragile, yet inviting. You pause, wondering which step to take first. Then the miniature figure inside the garden mirrors your hesitation, raising its tiny hand toward the spiral. The old cartographer's voice drifts softly from somewhere behind the lattice. The map grows in response to attention and intention, but each choice checks your patience. Observe before moving. You nod quietly to yourself, letting your awareness settle. You step carefully onto the spiral, and the threads hum in gentle acknowledgement. As you ascend, the spheres around you shift, some drifting closer, others moving aside. You notice patterns forming in the air itself, faint geometric sigils glowing softly. They seem to pulse in rhythm with the tiny garden below. Each step you take aligns the sigils subtly, connecting them with threads of light that were invisible moments before. Reaching the top of the spiral, a large floating panel awaits, blank yet vibrating with potential. You place your hand on its surface, and lines of light burst forth, forming a path of bridges and rivers and stairways that did not exist before. The miniature garden shifts to mirror your creation. Bridges extend, petals unfold, streams flow in unbroken patterns. The chamber hums softly, vibrating with a gentle energy that seems alive. You realize the first true talent is not speed or skill, but quiet observation and patient action. The map responds to your thought and intention, bending to your presence. Without hurry, the floating spheres tilt in silent approval, the threads of light stretching ahead like ribbons of promise. Your journey grows deeper, the map shaping itself with every movement, and as you prepare to step forward, a new cluster of spheres begins to glow, faintly in hues you have not seen before. The next choice lays ahead. The threads of light beneath your feet stretch outward into the unknown, weaving delicate patterns across the suspended spheres. Ahead, a cluster of spheres forms a dense lattice, twisting and overlapping, pulsating faintly with a rhythm you can almost feel in your chest. You notice that some threads lead nowhere, vanishing into empty space, while others shimmer with faint guidance. A soft vibration hums through the lattice, like a distant chord, tuning itself to your presence. A sphere drifts closer, larger than any you have seen so far. Inside, a strange landscape unfolds, floating platforms connected by narrow ribbons of light, bridges that twist and fold upon themselves like ribbons in wind. You sense a quiet challenge. The path will not unfold automatically. This time, it will test your attention and patience. The old cartographer's voice drifts from somewhere far behind, soft, resonant. Traveler, not all paths are obvious. Some must be coaxed into being. Study carefully and do not hurry. You take a deep breath, letting the hum of the thread settle into your chest. You move forward toward the first platform. It shimmers slightly under your touch. As you step, the platform tilts subtly, testing your balance. The ribbons of light connecting to the next platform shift and quiver, revealing gaps and curves that were not visible before. You notice tiny sigils etched into the air, along the edges of the ribbons, glowing faintly. They pulse in rhythm with your heartbeat, guiding you subtly. If only you pay close attention. A gentle challenge stirs within the sphere. The bridges seem to respond to your gaze. You lift your hand, and one ribbon hums brightly, extending a little further. Another ribbon wavers and fades, disappearing if you step too quickly. You realize the path is alive, sensitive to your thought and presence. Each movement shaping the map, careful step by careful step. You move across the ribbons of light. The platforms hum beneath your feet, vibrating softly with acknowledgement. The sigils pulse in harmony with your attention. With each successful crossing, the path stretches further, spiraling upward into a cluster of spheres above you. The larger sphere tilts as if observing your progress, a faint glow building at its center. You see another tiny figure within, walking along the same ribbons you traverse, mimicking your careful movements. Its presence reminds you that every step leaves an impression, not just in the sphere, but across the map itself. A soft melody rises from the lattice, a chorus of hums and pulses vibrating in perfect synchrony with your motion. The challenge is not danger, but awareness, patience, subtle coordination with the space around you. You adjust your steps, slow your pace. Notice the faint shimmer of threads that lead forward. The ribbons bend and extend accordingly, each decision bringing the map closer to completion. You pause at the center of the sphere, platform humming beneath your weight. Threads stretch outward in all directions, some glowing brightly, others faintly. You sense the next choice forming, a new challenge appearing. The map waits for your decision, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. And deep within the lattice of spheres, you feel a quiet reassurance. The first trial is not over, yet you understand the rhythm now. The map listens, and the map responds. Every step is both guidance and creation, and the journey continues. The lattice of spheres opens ahead like a delicate web of light. You step forward, feeling the hum beneath your feet grow deeper. Threads of silver and violet stretch outward in patterns you have never seen. Some float lazily, others twist sharply, curving toward unknown destinations. A sphere drifts closer, larger now, almost like a small world suspended in air. Inside, the landscape shimmers and shifts. Floating islands of soft light drift above rivers of glowing ink. You notice bridges connecting the islands, but each bridge appears only as you focus on it, fading if you look away too long. A faint ripple of wind brushes your face, though there is no air moving. The islands sway gently, as if breathing, responding to your attention. You step carefully onto the first bridge, feeling it hum beneath your weight. It stretches forward slowly, bending to the rhythm of your movement. The old cartographer's voice whispers softly, "Traveler, some paths are hidden until they are observed. Some truths appear only when you pay attention." You glance around. The spheres tilt and rotate subtly. Paths emerge briefly, then vanish, testing your awareness and patience. A cluster of smaller spheres rises alongside the islands, each one containing a miniature version of the bridge you are crossing. Tiny figures mirror your steps, pausing when you pause, leaning when you lean. You realize each movement you make shapes not only the path you walk, but the reflection of it across the map. A soft glow catches your eye, a narrow ribbon of light curling between two islands. It pulses faintly, as if waiting for you to step onto it. You do, and it hums warmly beneath your feet. The tiny figures within the smaller spheres shift, bridges extend and connect. Rivers flow smoothly. Above the islands, larger spheres drift lazily. Inside, landscapes bend and twist in impossible directions. You notice faint sigils etched into the air, glowing softly in rhythm with your heartbeat. Following them, you adjust your steps, each subtle movement coaxing the path into being. The map responds gently to your presence. Bridges bend, rivers flow, islands align. A ripple of understanding passes through you that this world is alive, that it bends and grows with thought and care. Patience is as important as movement, observation as important as choice. You step onto the final island in this cluster, the glow beneath you, expanding softly. A ribbon of light stretches outward, leading to a sphere larger than any before. It vibrates faintly, a quiet invitation to move further. The map waits for your next decision, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. And as you pause, catching your breath, you sense the chamber itself leaning toward you. Every thread, every sphere, every bridge seems aware of your presence. The journey continues, quiet, deliberate, each step shaping the unseen. You step off the glowing ribbon of light, the air around you vibrating softly with quiet energy. The spheres above and around twist gently, as if nudging you towards something unseen. Threads of silver and violet stretch in every direction, some pulsating softly, others bending with subtle hesitation. Ahead, a figure drifts into view, not fully formed, more like a shimmer of light and shadow. It moves with a quiet grace, hovering just above the floating bridges of luminescence. You sense it is aware of you, watching patiently, gauging your intention. The old cartographer's voice echoes faintly in your mind. Traveler, not all guides appear in form. Some teach in presence, others in reflection. Pay attention, and the path will open. The figure drifts closer, its shimmer rippling with each movement. You notice subtle patterns appearing in the air around it, sigils of soft light forming and fading, as if breathing. A delicate bridge of silver threads curls toward you, inviting interaction. You step carefully onto it, feeling the hum beneath your feet vibrate in harmony with the figure's motion. The floating spheres around you shift in response. Some tilt, revealing fragments of hidden paths. Others pulse faintly, echoing your heartbeat. You notice a small sphere near the figure. Inside, a miniature world unfolds, bridges, rivers, and stairways, all bending toward the shimmer. It mirrors your own map, echoing the choices you have made. The figure moves to the edge of the sphere and gestures with a faint ripple of light. A narrow ribbon of luminescence curls outward, its edges trembling softly. You sense that stepping onto it will lead deeper into this world, deeper into observation and understanding. Your fingers brush the light, and it bends slightly under your touch, humming faintly. Step by careful step, you follow the ribbon. The figure drifts beside you now, guiding silently, yet not interfering. Each step causes the ribbon to extend. Each pause causes the surrounding spheres to shimmer. You feel the subtle lesson settling. Presence shapes the map. Attention shapes reality. Above you, larger spheres tilt to reveal new fragments. Bridges of light extend, connecting islands of soft luminescence. The shimmer beside you mirrors your motion, reflecting not only your steps, but your intent. Every choice echoes across the lattice of spheres, shaping paths you cannot yet see. The figure pauses on a small floating platform, a soft ripple of light spreading around it. You realize the next choice is yours alone. Which thread to follow, which bridge to cross. The map waits for your decision, the lattice of spheres holding its breath, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. And as you take a deep breath, a quiet understanding settles within you. The map bends with observation, grows with intention. Every step is both discovery and creation. Every pause a shaping force. And somewhere deep within the lattice, the unseen guide shimmers patiently. You step forward from the platform, the ribbon of light humming faintly beneath your feet. The spheres around you shift and sway, some reflecting fragments of paths you have already walked. Others pulse with soft patterns of light, seemingly waiting for your choice. Ahead, a cluster of spheres forms a dense labyrinth. Threads of silver and violet twist among them, some leading forward, others curling back upon themselves. The lattice hums with quiet anticipation, a gentle vibration that resonates through your chest. A faint ripple of air brushes your skin. Though there is no wind, you notice tiny sigils etched into the space between the spheres, glowing softly and fading again. Each pulse seems to suggest a hidden path, a subtle choice that could alter the map ahead. The shimmer of the guide drifts beside you, a soft presence of light and shadow. It gestures toward a narrow bridge of luminescence, stretching across empty space. You step carefully onto it, feeling the faint hum beneath your feet. The bridge bends gently in response to your weight, extending forward slowly. A faint melody rises from the spheres, a subtle harmony of hums and pulses. It seems to test your awareness, patience, observation. Every step matters. The ribbon of light responds to your thought. A misstep could cause the bridge to retract slightly, the path becoming momentarily uncertain. You pause, noticing a tiny sphere floating just above the bridge. Inside, a miniature world mirrors your steps, bridges wobbling under hesitation, rivers stuttering in incomplete flow. You realize this puzzle is not about speed, but careful observation and intention. The map bends and grows with each deliberate movement. Step by step, you advance across the bridge. The threads of light extend gracefully under your feet, aligning with your focus. The miniature world in the small sphere stabilizes, bridges connecting smoothly, rivers flowing uninterrupted. The lattice of larger spheres shifts subtly, guiding you forward without force. Above, a cluster of new spheres pulses faintly. Some hold fragments of impossible landscapes, stairways curving in impossible loops, islands of soft luminescence suspended in dark space. You sense that moving forward requires more than observation. It requires trust in the path, in yourself, in the map itself. The guide shimmers beside you, a soft wave of encouragement. Its presence reminds you to notice subtle patterns, to allow the path to shape itself through patience and attention. Step by careful step, the bridge hums beneath your weight, vibrating in harmony with the lattice around you. You reach the end of the ribbon, stepping onto a small glowing platform. Threads of silver and violet stretch outward again, connecting toward the next cluster of spheres. The puzzle has shifted, revealing new patterns, new choices. The map waits for your next decision, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. And as you pause, the subtle melody of the spheres fills your awareness. Every movement shapes the unseen. Every choice ripples across the lattice. The journey continues, calm, deliberate. Every step a quiet act of creation. The unseen guide drifts beside you, shimmering patiently, waiting without hurry. The lattice of spheres stretching before you like a living tapestry. Threads of silver and violet twist and curl across empty space, some pulsing with soft light, others fading into quiet shadows. The air hums faintly, vibrating with anticipation. Ahead, floating islands drift lazily, suspended on ribbons of gentle luminescence. Each island glows softly, some with a warm golden hue, others a cool silvery blue. Bridges of delicate light connect them, bending gracefully with every movement you make. A small ripple passes through the spheres, and you notice tiny figures walking across the islands, miniature travelers mirroring your steps. They pause when you pause, lean when you lean, their presence a reflection of your attention and intention. The old cartographer's voice drifts faintly from somewhere behind. Traveler, the map is alive. Every step is creation. Every glance leaves an impression. Move with awareness and patience. You take a deep breath, letting the hum settle in your chest. You step onto the first floating island, the light beneath your feet warm and responsive. The surface of the island shimmers gently like fine silk beneath your touch. Tiny sigils ripple across the air, glowing softly in rhythm with your heartbeat. You notice a faint path curling toward a distant island, ribbons of light folding and twisting as if alive. Careful step by step, you follow it, the bridge extending gracefully under your weight. Above, a larger sphere tilts slightly, revealing fragments of impossible landscapes. Stairways looping into themselves, rivers of liquid light twisting upward. The islands shift subtly in response, moving with a quiet, deliberate grace. You sense that observation is as important as movement, that every step shapes the path ahead. A gentle glow rises from the smallest islands, pulsing softly. You step carefully onto another island, feeling it respond beneath your feet. Bridges extend toward the next cluster, threads of light curling like ribbons in slow motion. The miniature travelers mirror your motion, pausing and leaning in harmony with your steps. The guide shimmers nearby, a soft wave of light and shadow. Its presence reminds you to notice the subtle shifts, to allow the islands and bridges to bend and grow. Step by step, you move across the delicate floating world. The lattice of spheres stretches outward, revealing new clusters of glowing paths. You pause on a warm island, catching your breath, the air around vibrating gently with quiet energy. Threads of silver and violet stretch outward, some glowing brightly, others fading softly. The path ahead is visible, yet still responsive to your focus. The map waits for your next movement, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. And as you take a deep breath, the floating islands hums softly beneath your feet. Every motion shapes the every step leaves an impression. The journey continues, calm, deliberate, each choice a gentle act of creation. Threads of silver and violet stretching outward like a web of possibilities. The lattice of spheres twists above and around you, some pulsing softly, others folding subtly into shadows. A faint hum rises from the spheres, vibrating gently through your chest. Ahead, a cluster of smaller spheres floats closer together. Inside each, fragments of impossible landscapes shimmer, stairways looping, rivers of liquid light flowing upward, islands of soft luminescence suspended in empty space. You realize the path is no longer linear. Choices ripple outward, each step shaping multiple possibilities. A faint shimmer catches your eye. One sphere hovers slightly lower than the others. Inside, a miniature bridge bends across empty space. Fragile yet glowing tiny figures move along the bridge, pausing and leaning in perfect harmony with your attention. You sense the first true puzzle of perception and patience appearing. The guide drifts beside you, a quiet presence of light and shadow. It gestures subtly toward the delicate bridge. No words, only the faint ripple of encouragement. You step carefully onto the bridge, the light beneath your feet vibrating softly with awareness. Each step feels alive, responding to your balance, your focus, your intention. A melody rises faintly from the spheres, a harmony of pulses and hums. It tests your attention, subtle shifts in color and light, marking the path forward. You notice sigils etched into the air around the bridge, glowing softly, fading if your gaze lingers too long on one spot. Step by careful step, you follow the bridge, attuning yourself to the rhythm of the lattice. The miniature sphere mirrors your actions. Bridges stabilize as you move deliberately. Rivers of liquid light flow without interruption. The surrounding spheres shift subtly, revealing new threads and ribbons of luminescence. Observation and patience guide your way, every movement shaping the map in quiet harmony. Reaching the end of the bridge, a small glowing platform awaits. Threads stretch outward to a new cluster of spheres, each pulsing faintly. The puzzle resolves itself gently, leaving behind a subtle lesson of attention, patience, and intention. The map grows with your choices bending and forming beneath your quiet care. You pause on the platform, catching your breath. The lattice of spheres stretches outward, expanding possibilities you cannot yet see. The guide shimmers beside you, soft and patient. The journey continues, every step deliberate, every motion shaping the unseen. The map waits for your next movement, silently, patiently, fading into quiet light. You step off the glowing platform, the lattice of spheres stretching outward like an intricate web of possibilities. Threads of silver and violet twist delicately through empty space, some pulsing softly, others bending subtly with unseen currents. A quiet hum rises from the spheres, vibrating gently through your chest and fingertips. Ahead, a cluster of mysterious spheres drifts lazily, larger than those before. Inside each, a fragment of hidden worlds shimmers, floating islands, suspended bridges, rivers of light curling upward. Some landscapes defy comprehension, folding back upon themselves in gentle loops. You sense that these spheres contain lessons, subtle challenges for your awareness. The guide drifts beside you, a soft shimmer of light and shadow. It gestures toward the nearest sphere, silent encouragement in the movement of its form. You approach carefully, stepping onto a narrow bridge of luminescence, connecting to the sphere. The bridge hums faintly beneath your feet, vibrating in response to your presence. Inside the sphere, the landscape shifts subtly as you move. Bridges extend and retract. Rivers of glowing ink adjust their flow. Small sigils ripple through the air, glowing softly, fading when ignored. Observation becomes a form of action, your attention shaping the environment with every step. A tiny figure emerges within the sphere, moving across a delicate bridge. It mirrors your own movements precisely, pausing when you pause, leaning when you lean. You sense that patience is essential, that hasty steps might disturb the fragile balance of this hidden world. Step by step you move carefully, the bridge responding gently to your presence. A soft melody rises from the spheres, an intricate harmony of pulses and hums. It resonates with the lattice surrounding you, weaving a pattern you can almost feel. The miniature figure pauses on a small floating platform, awaiting your lead. You reach the same spot, and the surrounding spheres ripple softly in approval. Threads of light extend outward, forming new bridges to other spheres. Some paths twist unexpectedly, curving into unseen space. Others form loops, fragile yet complete. Every choice alters the lattice subtly, shaping the hidden lessons contained within. The guide drifts beside you, shimmering quietly. Its presence reminds you that awareness is as important as action. Step by deliberate step, you move across the delicate network of spheres. The lattice stretches outward, revealing new patterns of bridges and islands waiting to be discovered. You pause on a small glowing platform, threads of silver and violet stretching toward new clusters of spheres. The hidden lessons of observation, patience, and careful intention settle quietly within you. The map grows with every movement, bending and shaping beneath your hands and feet. The journey continues, calm, deliberate, each step a quiet act of creation. The unseen guide drifts beside you. The lattice of spheres twists and folds around you, some pulsing softly, others bending subtly with unseen currents. A faint hum vibrates through your chest, the air around alive with quiet energy. Ahead, a dense cluster of interlocking spheres forms. Inside each, fragments of impossible landscapes shimmer, floating islands, suspended bridges, rivers of light curling upward. Some islands twist and fold back upon themselves, stairways looping in gentle spirals. You sense these spheres reflect your past choices, echoing the path you have taken thus far. The guide drifts silently beside you, a shimmer of light and shadow, patient and quiet. It gestures subtly toward a narrow bridge of soft luminescence, stretching across the empty space to the nearest sphere. You step carefully onto it, feeling the hum beneath your feet respond to your presence. The bridge bends gently under your weight, extending forward as if alive. Inside the sphere, the landscape shifts with your motion. Bridges extend, rivers flow, islands tilt softly, small sigils ripple through the air, glowing faintly, disappearing when ignored. Observation becomes action, each careful glance shaping the path ahead. A tiny figure appears within the sphere, moving across a bridge in perfect synchrony with your steps. It pauses when you pause, leans when you lean, its presence mirroring your attention and intention. You realize patience is essential. Every motion affects the lattice of spheres surrounding you. Step by careful step, you move forward, bridges responding gently to your presence. A soft melody rises from the sphere, delicate harmonies of pulses and hums weaving through space. It resonates with the lattice around you, patterns forming and shifting as you walk. The miniature figure pauses on a small floating platform, awaiting your lead. You reach the same spot, and the surrounding spheres ripple in quiet acknowledgement. Threads of light extend outward to new spheres, forming bridges of silver and violet. Some paths twist unexpectedly, curving into spaces you cannot yet perceive. Others form loops, fragile yet perfectly balanced. Every choice subtly reshapes the lattice, echoing across the cluster spheres. The guide drifts silently beside you, shimmering softly. Its presence reminds you that careful observation is as important as movement. Step by deliberate step, you navigate the delicate network of spheres. The lattice stretches outward, revealing patterns and connections you have not noticed before. You pause on a glowing platform, threads of light curling toward the next cluster of spheres. The echoes of your past choices shimmer in the lattice, subtle reflections of every decision you have made. The map grows with your attention and patience, bending and shaping beneath your presence. The journey continues, calm, deliberate, every step a quiet act of creation. The unseen guide drifts beside you, waiting without hurry. The lattice of spheres shifts subtly around you, some pulsing with soft light, others folding into delicate shadows. A faint hum vibrates through your chest and fingertips, the air alive with gentle energy. Ahead, a new cluster of spheres drifts lazily, larger than any you have seen before. Inside each, fragments of landscapes shimmer, floating islands, narrow bridges, rivers of liquid light curling and twisting. Some islands loop and fold upon themselves, stairways spiral gently into unseen space. You sense these spheres hold subtle surprises, challenges of perception and awareness. The guide drifts silently beside you, shimmering with quiet patience. It gestures toward a narrow bridge of luminescence, connecting you to the first sphere in the cluster. You step carefully onto it, the light beneath your feet pulsing softly in response to your presence. The bridge bends and stretches gently under your weight, alive with quiet acknowledgement. Inside the sphere, the landscape shifts as you move. Bridges extend and retract, rivers of glowing ink flow in intricate patterns. Tiny sigils ripple through the air, glowing faintly, fading when ignored. You realize that careful observation and intention are shaping the space around you. A miniature figure emerges within the sphere, moving across a delicate bridge in perfect synchrony with your steps. It pauses when you pause, leans when you lean, a reflection of your attention and patience. You understand that hasty steps might disturb the delicate balance of this hidden world. Step by deliberate step, you move forward, the bridge responding gently to your presence. A soft melody rises from the spheres, intricate harmonies of pulses and hums weaving through the air. It resonates with the lattice surrounding you, patterns forming and shifting as you walk. The miniature figure pauses on a small floating platform, awaiting your movement. You reach the same spot, and the surrounding spheres ripple softly in quiet acknowledgement. Threads of light extend outward to the next sphere, forming bridges that twist and curve into new possibilities. Some paths fold unexpectedly, others form gentle loops, fragile yet complete. Every choice subtly reshapes the lattice, echoing across the entire cluster of spheres. The guide drifts beside you, a quiet presence of light and shadow. Its presence reminds you to move with awareness, to observe carefully. Step by deliberate step, you navigate the intricate network of spheres. The lattice stretches outward, revealing new connections and patterns waiting to be discovered. You pause on a glowing platform, threads of silver and violet stretching toward the next cluster. The subtle challenges of perception and awareness leave quiet impressions within you. The map bends and grows with your patience and attention. The journey continues, calm, deliberate, every step a gentle act of creation. You step forward from the glowing platform, The lattice of spheres shifts and folds around you, some pulsing softly, others folding into gentle shadows. A quiet hum vibrates through your chest and fingertips, the air alive with gentle energy. Ahead, a new cluster of spheres rises, larger and more intricate than those before. Inside each, floating islands drift gracefully, bridges curl and twist in impossible loops, rivers of light flow upward. Some islands fold upon themselves like gentle spirals, stairways climb into unseen space. You sense a subtle purpose emerging, patterns hinting at something larger, a quiet design within the lattice. The guide drifts beside you, a soft shimmer of light and shadow. It gestures toward a narrow bridge of luminescence, stretching toward the first sphere in this cluster. You step carefully onto it, the hum beneath your feet vibrating softly in acknowledgement. The bridge bends gently under your weight, alive with quiet awareness. Inside the sphere, the landscape shifts as you move. Bridges extend and retract. Rivers of glowing ink flow in intricate, delicate patterns. Tiny sigils ripple through the air, glowing faintly, fading when ignored. You realize your observation and attention are shaping the space itself. A miniature figure appears within the sphere, moving across a delicate bridge in perfect synchrony with your steps. It pauses when you pause, leans when you lean, reflecting your patience and careful intention. You sense that every motion leaves an impression across the lattice, shaping paths and possibilities. A soft melody rises from the spheres, pulses and hums weaving through the air. It resonates with the lattice around you, creating subtle patterns that shift and bend as you move. The miniature figure pauses on a floating platform, waiting for your lead. You reach the same spot, and the surrounding spheres ripple softly. With quiet acknowledgement, threads of light extend outward toward the next spheres, forming bridges that curve and twist into new possibilities. Some paths fold unexpectedly, others form gentle loops, fragile yet complete. Every choice echoes across the lattice, reshaping the cluster of spheres subtly. The guide drifts beside you, shimmering softly, quietly patient. Its presence reminds you to move with awareness, to observe with intention. Step by careful step, you navigate the intricate network of spheres. The lattice stretches outward, revealing new connections and patterns, hints of a larger purpose. You pause on a glowing platform, threads of silver and violet stretching toward the next cluster. A quiet sense of understanding settles within you, that each step, each choice, each careful observation contributes to a greater design. The map bends and grows with your attention, shaping itself under your presence. The journey continues, calm, deliberate, every step a quiet act of creation. The unseen guide drifts beside you. You step forward from the glowing platform, threads of silver and violet stretching outward like delicate streams of possibility. The lattice of spheres shifts gently around you, some pulsing softly, others folding into quiet shadows. A faint hum resonates through your chest and fingertips, the air alive with gentle energy. Ahead, the spheres form a vast cluster, larger, denser, more intricate than any before. Inside each, floating islands drift with subtle grace. Bridges curl and twist in elegant loops. Rivers of liquid light flow upward. Some islands fold softly upon themselves. Stairways spiral into unseen space. You sense the final lessons of the lattice, patterns hinting at gentle resolution, a quiet harmony within the spheres. The guide drifts beside you, a soft shimmer of light and shadow. It gestures toward a narrow bridge of luminescence, stretching toward the first sphere in this final cluster. You step carefully onto it, the hum beneath your feet vibrating softly in acknowledgement. The bridge bends gently under your weight, alive with quiet awareness. Inside the sphere, the landscape shifts as you move. Bridges extend and retract. Rivers flow in intricate patterns. Tiny sigils ripple through the air, glowing softly, fading when ignored. You realize your observation and patience are shaping the space itself. A miniature figure appears within the sphere, moving in perfect synchrony with your steps. It pauses when you pause, leans when you lean, reflecting your attention and intention. You sense that every motion leaves an impression across the lattice, shaping paths, bridges, and rivers. A soft melody rises from the spheres, delicate harmonies of pulses and hums weaving through the air. It resonates through the lattice, forming subtle patterns that shift as you walk. The miniature figure pauses on a floating platform, awaiting your lead. You reach the same spot, and the surrounding spheres ripple softly in quiet acknowledgement. Threads of light extend outward toward the next spheres, forming bridges that curve gracefully into new possibilities. Some paths fold unexpectedly, others form gentle loops, fragile yet complete. Every choice echoes across the lattice, subtly reshaping the final cluster. The guide drifts beside you, shimmering quietly. Its presence reminds you to move with awareness, to observe each subtle shift. Step by careful step, you navigate the intricate network of spheres. The lattice stretches outward, revealing quiet patterns and connections, hinting at resolution. You pause on a glowing platform, threads of silver and violet curling toward the next spheres. A gentle sense of completion settles within you, that each careful step, each choice, each observation has contributed to a greater design. The map bends and grows with your presence, shaping itself under your careful attention. The journey nears its close. A faint shimmer of light drifts across your vision, calm and soothing. Ahead, the final cluster of spheres unfolds before you, larger, serene, and steady. Inside each, floating islands drift gracefully. Bridges curl in soft loops. Rivers of glowing light flow gently upward. Some islands fold upon themselves like delicate spirals. Stairways rise quietly into unseen space. You feel a sense of calm completion settling in, a gentle harmony pervading the lattice. The guide drifts beside you, shimmering softly, patient and still. It gestures toward a wide, steady bridge of silver light leading into the heart of the final sphere. You step carefully onto it, the hum beneath your feet, gentle, comforting. The bridge bends gracefully with your weight, alive with quiet acknowledgement. Inside the final sphere, the landscape shifts subtly as you move. Bridges extend smoothly. Rivers of glowing light flow without interruption. Tiny sigils ripple through the air, glowing softly and fading in quiet rhythm. You realize that every careful observation and step has shaped this space, leaving impressions of patience, intention, and presence. A miniature figure appears within the sphere, moving in harmony with your motions. It pauses when you pause, leans when you lean, reflecting your journey through the lattice. You sense the culmination of lessons learned, patience, observation, gentle creation. A soft melody rises from the spheres, gentle pulses and hums, blending in perfect harmony. It resonates through the lattice, wrapping around you like a warm, quiet blanket. The miniature figure pauses on a glowing platform, awaiting your final step. You reach it, and the surrounding spheres ripple softly in acknowledgement and calm. Threads of light extend outward toward unseen spheres, delicate, endless possibilities. stretching quietly beyond your sight. The lattice hums gently, steady and serene. Every choice you made echoes softly across the map, a subtle, gentle completion. The guide drifts beside you one last time, shimmering softly. Its presence reminds you to breathe deeply, to observe the quiet, gentle rhythm of all that surrounds you. Step by deliberate step, you feel the map settle into a peaceful pattern. The lattice folds and bends gracefully, glowing with quiet contentment. You pause on a final glowing platform, threads of silver and violet curling gently into soft distance. A sense of calm completion fills you, the journey through the spheres and islands, settling quietly within. The map remains, alive yet serene, a reflection of every choice, every observation, every step. The unseen guide drifts away slowly, patient and gentle, fading into quiet light. And as you stand there, the soft hum of the lattice fading into stillness, you feel a gentle peace within, the journey complete yet open, a quiet invitation to rest, to drift beyond the edge of thought, to close your eyes and let sleep carry you softly into dreams. The map waits silently, a world of quiet possibility, and you, traveler, step softly into calm, waiting without hurry, fading into gentle light.